Everyone, at 5:06, the Mountain View Wisconsin School Board meeting, the meeting of the Mountain View Wisconsin School Board, the School District Board of Trustees is called to order. Will everyone please rise for the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. May I have roll call, please?
Debbie Conley,
Ellen Wheeler,
Laura Berman,
Laura Blakely. Let the record reflect that 4 trustees are here. Trustee Chang has notified us of a minor emergency. He will be here shortly and will announce when he arrives. And now, do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
so moved. Second.
All in favor, please raise your hands or say aye.
Aye.
Let the record reflect that on a motion made by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Conley, the agenda was approved unanimously by the 4 trustees in attendance. Okay, now is the opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. If there are any members of the public participating by Zoom this evening who'd like to speak on any of the closed session agenda items, will you please raise your hand in Zoom? And I don't see anyone on the phone, so please raise your hand in Zoom if you would like to speak on one of the closed session agenda items. Okay, I don't see anyone who wants to speak on a closed session agenda item. So at 5:08 p.m., we are going to adjourn to closed session and we will be back.
No?
I know. Okay, I would like to report at 7:03 to, at 7:03 PM, the closed session of the Mountain View Wisconsin School District Board of Trustees has adjourned, and we're coming back to open session. Welcome, everybody. And I wanted to report that Trustee Chang arrived at our meeting at 5:20 PM. So we now have a full complement of trustees present. And in closed session, no action was taken on item A1, 3A1, or 3B1. But on item 3B2, the agenda item, legal advice regarding anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, one case regarding student 600200946. A settlement agreement for student number 600200946 was approved on a vote of 5-0. And this settlement requires reimbursement funding to student totaling up to $30,500 and resolves all past claims. Okay. And now I reconvene open session. I'm sorry. So that was the report out. So at 7:05, we're reconvening the open session. And I just gave the closed session report. And we'll move on now to item 5, the consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be approved in one motion. If discussion is required, items may be removed for separate consideration. Do I have a motion to approve?
Yes, you do. President Blakely, can I ask a question? If I just wanted to make a comment on something, do I still have to pull it?
Depends on how long it is.
Very briefly, I would like to draw the public's attention to the construction update, which is item I on the consent agenda. I'm really proud of the work we've done on Measure T. And I would love to see later on this come back as a public board item that we discuss, but it's here and it's really important.
Thank you, Trustee Conley. So was there, do I open it up for public comment? Oh, we don't have the motion yet.
Well, I
Second.
Motion?
informally, I made a motion.
Okay. If there were any members of the public attending on Zoom this evening who wish to report on a consent agenda item, will you please raise your hand in Zoom? How do I fix my screen here so that I can see? How to get rid of that? I don't know how I got it. Oh, thank you. Okay. Okay, thank you, Dr. Rudolph, for the technical assistance. I don't see any members of the public wishing to comment on a consent item. So if you are in favor of the motion, please.
Anybody second it?
Yes, Trustee Conley seconded it. Please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, on a motion made by Trustee Wheeler, seconded by Trustee Conley, the consent agenda items were approved unanimously. Okay, now we move on to item 6, communications. And item A is employee organizations. Are there any members of employee organizations here this evening who would like to give the board an update? If so, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 if you've dialed in by phone. Okay, I don't see any members of employee organizations wanting to comment this evening. So the next item B is district committees. Are there any members of a district committee here this evening that wish to present to the board? If so, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 if you've dialed in by phone. Okay, seeing none, we will move on to superintendent comments. Dr. Rudolph.
All right, well, good evening, everyone. Just want to give a couple quick updates. The first one is to let everyone know, just as usual. Actually, let me start here first. Spanish interpretation is available for this meeting if you're using a MacBook PC. Click on the globe at the bottom of your Zoom screen. If you are on an iPhone or Android, it is in the options menu. Interpretación a español disponible para esta reunión. Si es usada una Mac o una PC, haga clic en el globo en la parte inferior de la pantalla de Zoom. Si está en iPhone o Android, está en el menú de acciones. And eventually we will be bringing, what is the, I'm trying to think, closed caption is what we're working on next. So just want to remind everybody that we have a community check-in tomorrow afternoon. So we will try our best to answer whatever questions and talk about a lot of different things. It's been a little bit since we've had one, so I'm sure we have a couple of big things to talk about, including field trips, and there's been questions around vaccination requirements for things like Yosemite, Walden West, and so we'll be providing an update on those. Also want to just clue everybody in over at Castro and Mistral on the 24th. There will be a health clinic that is sponsored by Mark Berman's office. Super excited that we're having it there. There will also be a vaccination clinic for adults and kids alike. So just want to publicize that. We all send out information tomorrow. And I know that Mr. White, our health and wellness coordinator, has also been on the trail, sort of putting that information out. This weekend marks the anniversary of 9/11. 9/11 actually falls on a Sunday this year. However, the school district will recognize it on the 12th with a moment of silence just to commemorate the event. So just want to put that out there. Please know that it will occur at the approximate time that it would have occurred on the East Coast. We would do like 9 at our time, but not 6 a.m. So just to be aware of that. I know for people like me who had kids who were affected by the Pentagon plane crash, right? Obviously, it occurred way before California woke up, but we want to make sure that kids are aware of it. So we're taking the moment on the 12th. And then the last thing is that we did send out our survey interest for individuals that wanted to be a part of the survey, the safety team. We are working on safety upgrades, and we will be bringing a contract back to the board with a consultant who's going to sort of provide some insights, sort of do an assessment and make recommendations. It will sort of be a community process where we'll ask kids, parents, and different site leaders and teachers and staff about their thoughts about what other safety measures could be improved. So looking forward to doing that. And that's all the updates I have.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. We will move along then to item 7, community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. If you are here this evening and wish to speak on a non-agenda item, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 if you've dialed in by phone. And when you are called on, we ask that you state your name for the record. If there are additional, we've allocated 10 minutes for this item. If there are additional comments after 10 minutes have elapsed, we may continue after all action and discussion items are completed at the discretion of the board. So if you would like to speak on a non-agenda item, that's an item that is not on today's agenda, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone if you've dialed in by phone. Okay, I see one speaker. Oh, two, another one just showed up. If there's any more, give me just a moment, and otherwise we will allow each of the 2 speakers to have 3 minutes. So the first one will be Amber Kerr, and the second one I believe was Chris Hillebrand. So Amber, will you please go first? And you can unmute yourself if you can see the timer, and we look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Hello, everyone. Apologies if there's some family dinner noise in the background. I appreciate the Zoom call-in option, but it does mean there's a bit of family chaos going on. Hi, so my name is Amber Kerr. I am a parent at Stevenson. I have a 5th grader and a 1st grader and a baby who you may hear fussing back there. I loved participating as a volunteer on campus at Landals when my daughter was there pre-pandemic, and now the volunteering is getting back up to speed. I was super excited to participate and then super crestfallen to discover that there's no way to allow me to participate on campus since I was unable to complete my COVID vaccine sequence. I'm definitely in the minority. I think it's wonderful that so many people are fully vaccinated and boosted. I unfortunately had a severe adverse reaction to my 1st dose, and I was unable to get my 2nd dose. So at my other in-person commitments, my teaching jobs at Berkeley and Las Positas College, I self-test and self-report and wear a mask, and it's no problem. I am welcome there, and that's an easy way to accommodate people who are, for whatever reason, not able to get fully vaccinated. So I asked my Stevenson committee chair if she could tell me how to proceed, and she said, I'm sorry, it's set at the district level. I asked Superintendent Rudolph, and he was very helpful in answering my questions, but he said, I'm sorry, ultimately state rules prevent us from allowing any unvaccinated staff or volunteers on campus. We don't have a testing infrastructure in place. And I want to ask you, the board, to please look into the possibility of reconsidering this policy, because within a relatively quick search, I was able to find multiple examples of public school districts in California right now that do allow unvaccinated or partially vaccinated volunteers. For example, right here in the Bay Area, Dublin School District and Livermore School District. Dublin says, get tested, report your test. Livermore says we have no vaccination requirements any longer. We have retired those requirements. So it seems to be possible. I know I'm in the minority. I know that most folks are fully vaccinated, and that's great, but there are a few people like me who would love to get on campus and help the kids and parents and teachers, and currently are not allowed to. Honestly, COVID is so widely circulating even among vaccinated people that at this point, banning the unvaccinated probably doesn't have the usefulness it once did. And I just hope that you will all reconsider that policy moving forward so we can include as many parents as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, I believe that was it. Mr. Hillebrand, or Ms. If you can see the timer, Christina, sorry. Would you please unmute yourself, and we look forward to your comments.
Hi there. My name is Christina Hildebrand, and I am calling in on behalf of A Voice for Choice Advocacy. We are an advocacy group that educates and advocates for informed choice and transparency of what goes into your body. Our organization has been contacted by a number of parents and a number of staff and future staff. And one of the things during COVID that our organization has been active with is ensuring that school districts and private companies, the government, organizations stick by the law when it comes to civil rights, when it comes to our Federal Civil Rights Act and the UNRU Civil Rights Act in California, which says that you cannot discriminate based on religion or medical condition. And your school district is doing both currently. And I don't know, as Board of Trustees, if you're aware of that. I have tried to get your COVID policies, updated COVID policies. The COVID policies that are on your website are from 2021, the beginning of the last school year. They have not been updated. I'm hoping that you update them soon because the CDC's guidelines have changed. I am surprised to have seen that you require, I've been told that you require all staff to be vaccinated. That's not what the governor's order states. The governor's order states that you have to either be vaccinated or you have to test weekly as a staff or volunteer or or faculty member. And so, I really would look to you, because you are discriminating and you're going against the Civil Rights Act, you're going against the governor's orders, and not complying. And so, I would ask that you update your policy. I did send a request to the superintendent. I didn't get an answer, asking for the volunteer policy, asking for the staff policy, and asking for what exemptions are allowed. You have to have, by law, a religious exemption and a medical exemption. It is clear by your staff vaccination of being 100% pretty much across the board that you are not accepting religious exemptions. We have examples. I have 2 people that have come to us that are either were current staff or were staff, or were trying to get a job, that have been denied their religious exemption. That is not what this state stands for. It's not what is legal. And so I do ask you to look at those policies that you have in place, because you are setting yourself up for a lawsuit on both those fronts. And, to the person before, there are hundreds of school districts and schools in California, both public and private, that are allowing, that have updated their guidance with the CDC guidelines and allowing unvaccinated and vaccinated people alike to be helping in schools, to be teachers, et cetera, in person, because they have changed. I ask you to.
Thank you, Ms. Hildebrandt. If you had additional comments that you wish to share with us, you can email us at trustees@mvwsd.org, and we'd be happy to read the rest of your comments. So thank you. Okay. We will now move along to item 8, review and action. And item A under review and action is the public hearing and resolution number 01-090822, the resolution on sufficiency of pupil textbooks and instructional materials aligned to the academic content standards and consistent with content and cycles of state frameworks 2022 to 2023. And I believe, shoot, my computer's going dark. We have Chief Academic Officer Kathy Bauer presenting to us this evening. Welcome, Ms. Bauer.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees. I'm happy to be here tonight. Each year, we are required to have you, the governing board, hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution stating that each pupil in the district has sufficient textbooks and or instructional materials. So tonight, that's what we're here for. We're asking that you hold a public hearing. We have noticed this public hearing for more than the last 10 days at all of our sites. And then I'm asking that you approve and adopt the resolution stating that, yes, indeed, our students do have sufficient textbooks or instructional materials for this year.
Thank you. So is the process that I now, okay, so at 7:21, we will open the public hearing on sufficiency of textbooks. So were you going to present more in the public hearing portion?
No.
Okay. Trustees, did you have any questions that you wanted to share, or no? So are there members of the public that wish to comment during this public hearing on the sufficiency of textbooks and instructional materials aligned to the academic content standards, consistent with content and cycles and state frameworks? If you would like to speak, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 if you have dialed in by phone. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody wishing to comment on during our public hearing. So do I then close the public hearing? Is that the protocol? Okay, thank you. So it's 7:22. The public hearing on sufficiency of pupil textbooks and instructional materials aligned to state content is closed. And now do I have a motion? Or did any board members want to comment on this first? And if not, may I have a motion?
I'm happy to make a motion that the board approve and adopt resolution number 01-090822, pupil textbooks and instructional materials aligned to the academic content standards and consistent with content and cycles of state frameworks as presented.
A second. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, on a motion made by trustee Conley and seconded by trustee Berman, the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move along now to review and discussion. And the first item, item A, on the Shoreline Regional Park Community Funding Update, the JPA. I believe Dr. Rudolph will be presenting to us this evening.
Oops, wrong one. All right, good evening. So I am joined by a couple of individuals. We have our legal counsel in here, and we also have our consultant who's on the line who will chime in a little bit. But the purpose of us to discuss this is to review all types of funding options. Just want to go back just real quick before I dive into the presentation. As you know, the Mountain View Richmond schools, as well as MVLA, are faced with a challenge of growth. And in that, we've estimated that our cost, a total cost to address the needs of the growth that should be coming from all the units that are coming online, had to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.2 billion. And that number was assumed before the pandemic, so it is possible that that number has gone up. A large part of that is actually the acquisition of lands needed to purchase multiple elementary schools to address growth, as well as another middle school possibly. And so I brought back a couple of times just various ideas or thoughts and received direction from the board to start exploring certain ones. So over the course of the year, we will be exploring all types of funding that could possibly be used to help to reduce the cost, as well as other solutions that could happen, including changing boundaries, increasing school populations, consolidating services, removing certain services to create more space, the possible termination of leases if needed, or the expanding school sites in order to address the needs. In the next series of presentations that you will be receiving over the next couple of months, we'll be exploring funding options that are there. The first one that we have actually explored already is the possibility of a Mello-Roos bond. The Mello-Roos bond is a special tax district that the school district could create to generate revenue over the next 25 to 40 something years to help defray the cost of building as well as operations. That bond is routinely referenced by city staff as a possible impediment to the city making its RENA numbers. Additionally, the California Buildings Association has also cited that they intend to challenge it, assuming that they view it as sort of a poison pill for growth because it will put an undue burden on new development, which is exactly what the Mello-Roos is designed to do. Is it designed to address future growth within a particular area? And it's not just that we can do this. I mean, obviously the city can do this too. So it's constantly or routinely referred as an untenable option that could possibly impact the city in a negative way in terms of the city government trying to meet its new mandated RENA numbers in order for building housing, not just regular housing, but also affordable housing. So knowing that, over the course of the next couple of months, we plan to explore different types of options. Some of the suggestions that have come up have been, could we utilize shoreline funds and bond or create a certificate of participation against that revenue and address the growth that we need without having to address a Mello-Roos. And so we will look at what shoreline is and have just a conversation about what the regional park is and how much money that we have. And then after that, we will come back and we will look at general obligation bonds and sort of get a projection of what we believe our bonding capacity is. And then at the same time as we look at general obligation bonds, because we have Keegan here, it only makes sense for them to talk about certificate of participations. So we can understand if we opt not to do a Melrose, which we estimate to generate close to $500 million, what are other ways that we can generate enough funds to build a school site? After we go through each one of those options, so we've done Melrose, which we've already talked about last year, we'll do Shoreline, we'll do general obligation bonds and certificate of participations. We'll then come back and have a discussion with the Board of Trustees, as well as eventually a recommendation on how do we address the funding option. It's important to understand that this problem is coming, right? Because these projects are on their way. And while we look at the short-term loss of students as a result of COVID, the long-term impact is that we will experience a rebound. And we've already started to experience this as we look at our TK numbers, which are already exploding and are projected to be at least 12 classes in the coming years. So this really is almost in a sense a study session on just what the Shoreline Community Park, the Shoreline Regional Community Park is. And it just sort of prefaces the conversation about what this funding stream is so that everybody is on the same page, how it came about, what it looks like, and what its impact is. So the first question is, what is the Regional Shoreline Park? So essentially the Regional Shoreline Park is everything above the 101. I think that's the easiest way to put it. It expands, and for our purposes, right, because part of the city, part of the school district, it does not encompass the full city, right? So there are parts like San Antonio is not included as part of Mountain View. Wistman, that's actually a part of Los Altos. But the easiest way to think about this is everything above the 101, essentially the North Bay Shore area, is encompassed in the Shoreline Regional Park. It was established in August 1969. It was the Assembly bill that created this act, the Shoreline Regional Park Community Act. And ultimately, its purpose was really a good one, right? At the time, it was a dump, a pig farm, an industrial area that was sort of blighted, right? And so the state legislature had to figure out a way that we can encourage redevelopment, right? And so by creating the regional park, it opened up an avenue to utilize funds in order to help entice businesses to come to develop there, right? And so you can argue, right, since 1969, the reason why you have, and it also is used to address the other issues that are there, like for instance, the plume that is sort of moving through there, right? So it's also for environmental things. But really, its potential is really noted or rooted in this idea that the most important thing we can do is redevelop this land and make it a little bit more viable, as well as to spur residential housing. And if we fast forward almost 60 years later, you can now see that housing is now about to become a part of the North Bay Shore area. Now, there's one thing that makes this a little bit different. It is not a redevelopment district, it is a special tax district. And so there's a distinct difference, and I'm not going to dive into RDAs. RDAs were actually ended in the state of California, whereas the Shoreline Regional Park Community Act, it's almost like evergreen, right? So it can continue as long as it chooses to. So let's define this just a little bit more. It's a special tax district in which all revenues that would go to local entities is devoted to this regional park area. Unlike an RDA or redevelopment district that sunsets through legislative action, as I said, this continues on indefinitely. And it removes tax revenue from school districts that could have been used for capital expenses, salaries, as well as staffing. It is governed, and I think this is a real important part, it is governed by the Mountain View City Council. The City Council, is ultimately the one who decides how the monies are spent, and they are actions, including its continuance increase of funding for the Joint Powers Authority, which is what provides funding. I'm going to dive into that in a little bit. Which, even though the Mountain View Wisman Board and the MVWA Mountain View Los Altos Board have the ability to make a recommendation, ultimately it's the City Council that has to take the JPA's recommendation to make a final decision about what they want to do. So any changes in our agreement, which I'll talk about a little bit later, is really relies on City Council. And the city manager, the planning director, the finance director, the public works director serve as ex officio officers of the actual community. And again, like that was done intentionally because the idea was that the city officials were the ones who would design and plan and find ways to redevelop this particular area, right? And so the school district would not really be involved with the transportation issues or the firehouse issues that actually exist over there. We would only be concerned with schools. The purpose of the regional park is twofold, and it has actually lived up to this idea, right? It improves living conditions to improve community design. It eventually will, which is why we're here now, increase housing supply. Employment and investment opportunities obviously has happened, as noted by Google and multiple hotels that are now being built out there, and provide a public regional facility that is owned, operated, and administrated by a government agency. So for the most part, the regional park has been a success since 1969. So it's important to realize that this regional park has an operating budget according to the city's financial statements of $35 million. And I just want to put this in context just real quick. Our operating budget for the school district is about $99 million, right? So this is a sizable amount. And I'm not arguing at all, like the 35 million is our money, right? I'm just trying to put in perspective that for 4,500 kids, we have $99 million that covers the 680 something employees, 13 something facilities, all our operation expenses. And just north of the 101, you have an entity that has a $35 million operating budget this year. What's also important to note is that the regional park can also issue bonds. It can borrow from public and private institutions. It can invest in properties and securities. And it can use funds for administrative expenses and overheads, right? And so the fire department, the fire station that's out there is a good example of the city of a need that was out there, right? Because obviously you have a lot of people who are there at any given time. And obviously there's only right now 2 ways in and out of the regional park. And so you needed to create a fire station in order to address the actual needs, right? So this is the creation of that is actually useful. According to our knowledge, most of the original bonds have actually retired as of 2021. However, there have been some new bonds that have been issued over the last couple of years. So there is a debt service that exists with the Shoreline Regional Park. Typical projects of the Shoreline Regional Park, and I guess the other thing I should put in context, there aren't that many regional parks that exist in the state of California anymore. I think my last count was 2, but it may, I know we've heard at one time that it was as high as 4, but there aren't many of these that actually exist, right? So it's not something that we can constantly refer to because most of them were redevelopment districts, right? So just a little bit different, but what are the typical types of projects? Obviously, flood control and drainage is a definite big one. Traffic and parking improvements, maintenance, landscaping, water reclamation, tidal marsh restoration, levee repairs, bridges, fire station, general park improvements. All of these things are currently being done in some type of phase within this actual shoreline district. So in 1977, if we were to go back and think about the regional park was created in 1969, what's the assessed value of it? And the assessed value in 1977 was $33 million. And again, I just want to put in perspective, the new hotel that was just built over there is actually valued, according to tax records, at $48 million, right? With a tax base of $593,000. Conservative estimates of the 2022-2023 tax value of the Shoreline Regional Park is at $4.4 billion. And when I say conservative, our consultants simply add a 3% increase every single year. And that's a very conservative estimate, because obviously the addition of Sashi, or of the current Google project building that just opened up, obviously far, as well as the Google LinkedIn trade that occurred that was for $1 billion, obviously far like moved the needle a little bit more. But for our conservative estimates, we believe that it's valued around $4.4 billion. So this just goes through what the tax base is and different entities who actually would receive funding from there. It just simply says, I think the most important part is that the school district, Mountain View, Westman, will receive approximately 23.75% of all tax revenue that are listed there, in the high school district 15.21. So, just thinking about what the impact of taxes are, if Sashi Hotel was located outside of the Shoreline Regional Park area, then it would generate $593,000, as I said before, but that amount that it would contribute to the daily operating budget of Mountain View Westman would be somewhere in the neighborhood of $14,000. And of course, that would be subject to a 2% increase over time, right? And so you can see how these numbers sort of multiply. It's important to note that the new Bayshore office complex, there is no tax value, just open. So it is not on the tax roll as of yet. And Google has not disclosed what their total cost was to build it. But in multiple media reports, they have estimated that their percent of investment in the North Bayshore area will equate to $10 billion in terms of funding. And so conservative estimates bring the yearly revenue from the Shoreline Regional Parks tax base to MVWSD somewhere in the neighborhood of $10.3 million annually. That's a very conservative estimate. So, oh, sorry, I'm sorry. We'll correct that. It's 140,000. So, knowing that for the beginning portion of the regional park, there's been this concern about how does the Shoreline Regional Park contribute to the well-being of the schools? And so the JPA, the Joint Powers Agreement, was actually was created in January 2006 between the city, MVWSD, and MVLA. Its initial contribution was for $400,000 to go to district funding. And then it was amended in 2011 to have a guarantee base of $2.8 million, plus an adjustment takes into account the property taxes. It's actually pretty complicated. It's not just a normal adjustment, it's an adjustment above the base, right? And so there's a formula that goes with it. But last year's payment from the city was around $5 million, which is a $2.1 million bonus. $2.8 million is actually factored into the school district's budget. And the JPA has very clear requirements about how that is funded. And so most of the time, that's what covers most of our technology expenses taking place. The JPA is set to expire in 2023 and has been under negotiation since 2020. I think it's safe to say that part of the reason why it's taken so long to get to this point is COVID and other needs that actually took place. So I don't want to argue that, the city as well as the school district hasn't tried to make a good faith effort to do this. It's just ultimately things actually occur. And so obviously the $5 million does have a sizable impact, but the $2.1 million we treat it as one-time funds because it is not a guaranteed source amount, right? So only the 2.8 we can actually account for in our actual budget. The 2.1 has to be tucked away for other purposes. And so we typically try to use those for, like, right now we're using it for CERS to try to address some of those issues that are taking place. The expansion of additional staff. We now have a help center that Director Aker has created to assist more parents, even with things like in-house Wi-Fi. So we have been using it for those purposes, but we try to take into account like these are really one-time funds. These are not funds that we can automatically assume are going to be there next year. Okay. So since 2004, this agreement has been amended twice to generate revenue for the two districts. In 2011, after the state class reduction funding disappeared, and parents became activated and insisted the tax revenue be restored to schools. So this agreement has sort of evolved a couple years, including in the second agreement that there was some one-time payments that actually went to the school districts. Now, it's important to note that during this time, when the class size reduction block grant was removed, the district was in a different financial position, meaning that we were an LCFF funded district as opposed to a basic aid district. The best way to describe this is an LCFF district is similar to Cupertino or Oakland, right? It really takes into account the number of kids you have, as well as sort of what every kid sort of looks like, the unduplicated kids, right? The minority kids, the socioeconomically disadvantaged, like all of that comes into play, and it's funded by the state. And so oftentimes when we hear about financial increases that the state is giving to school districts, it is really for LCFF districts. For what we call basic aid or community funded districts, which Mountain View is now one of, and actually most of the community funded districts reside within the Bay Area, we are reliant solely on property taxes, right? And so our ups and downs are controlled with how assessed value goes for all of our revenue. We no longer get block grants from the state. And so there's a blessing in that, like we don't have to worry about the triggers that come in terms of our reserve amounts. But the downfall of that, it means that we have to have higher reserves because if our property values tank, then we need to be able to deal with the calamity that comes. And a good example of this is our ability to dip into our reserve funding right at the start of the pandemic to switch to one-to-one and to keep our contractors paid and deal with other stuff and not have to do layoffs like some districts had to go through as a result of that, right? So there are benefits to being a basic aid district, and then there are some downfalls. The school district with the highest per pupil funding is actually Oakland because their unduplicated count is so high, they get more dollars per student than any other district in the actual state, right? And so it can, in some senses, be beneficial to be LCFF, and then it can also be a detriment to you, right? So, because obviously if you look at a school district like Woodside, their tax revenue is so much higher than the Mountain Views that it's an unequal comparison as a basic aid district. I think they get twice as much as we do in terms of funding. So this agreement actually helped to stabilize a reduction in force. Now, the school district during 2011, did undergo a reduction of force, which is how parents got activated. But it's important to note, like that's been the fundamental shift that's occurred over the last 10 years or so. So what is the growth in North Bayshore? So this is why this problem, right? So like, why are we really talking about the Shoreline Regional Park? Well, part of the reason why we're talking about this is the number of residential units that are supposed to occur in the North Bayshore area. And while this master plan has been amended and sort of going, we do know that at some point, Google would like to start building residential units. And our estimates equate the need, right, even though there's one school site, really the need for about 1,400 kids that are going to have to be serviced out of this, both elementary and middle. I think another 1,000 just for the high school. And a large driver of that is the affordable housing that comes from it, right? And so when we run the numbers for affordable housing, which is also what the RENA as well as the state is requiring, you notice that the generation rate across the city, as well as in multiple areas, projects that you will receive more students from affordable housing than you will from a single family home dwelling or market rate. So our challenge is, as I've started talking about before, in this continued conversation around future growth, is that we have to identify land. And so in the previous slide, I showed you that there's about 2.5 acres with an additional acre right next to it that is projected to be deeded to the city. And then the city will make a determination about what takes place on there. We continue to be reassured that it will be given to the school district. And we have designed an urban school design, but at some point the board is going to have to weigh in about whether the efficacy of having 700 students on the 2.5, possibly 3.5 acre site, which is unlike anything that we've seen, but ultimately is more reflective of the urbanization of North Bayshore and East Westman. So we do not have any land that is secured, which is part of our problem. And we do estimate that the market value of any acre of land within the city of Mountain View is somewhere in the neighborhood of $20 million. And it depends on which day or which numbers we're looking at. So probably a rough estimate of 15 to 20, but if we're being very cautious, we would probably use the higher number in terms of our actual projections. Now, I do want to point out that Google has made previous offers for land dedications to schools. But there's been a shift. And it's been a shift about a couple of different things, which is why we're sort of in this position. The first shift came, which is there was a determination that the city could not require developers, even if they went over the bonus floor allocation ratio, or the FAR, could not compel developers to donate as a condition of improvement. Because of that, what was originally a school strategy, which still does exist, no longer includes the automatic dedication of land, which was in there probably around 2017. And then the second thing is, as a result of Montaloma's perimeter control issues, where the public became aware that school fields are actually school properties. And even though we have a wonderful joint use agreement with the city, that these are school properties, it created another issue for city council. It's a natural one, right? Where the city council had to start thinking about what's its role with school properties and the use of fields. And that also created a pause amongst members of city council to argue that it should just be dedicated to schools. There's also a question about whether or not the city can compel a developer to donate land to a school, or if it has to sort of be this pass-through where the land is dedicated to the city and then the city dedicates it to the school. But as a result of Montaloma specifically, there's been a change in tenor, not in terms of the need for the school, but where the school, who actually receives the land. And then the secondary question that has come is when the school district needs the actual land. And if we've learned anything from Montaloma, is that obviously the more people enjoy open space, the less likely they are to want it to disappear, right? Which is a natural thing. So obviously, if the district staff's concern is that if it starts out as parkland and it's not specified for school purposes, that we may face resistance further down the road, which is why there's a conversation that's taking place to try and make sure that we find a way to make sure that it's secured. And I do want to point out that the city has actually indicated that it's their intent to have that donated, or to not donated, but to have it if the project's approved and if they are given the land for it to be for specific school purposes. But because we don't have that officially, that creates another issue, and that adds to the funding issue that we are trying to solve, which is the acquisition of actual lands. So we need a formal agreement between us and the city that captures the dedication process of turning this space into school lands. I believe that the city is trying to find a way to make that actually occur. Additionally, the reason why we're talking about this is funding for growth. So as I said before, we are exploring the option of developing a communities facilities district for North Bayshore and East Westman. We do believe that the generation of a CFD would help to offset impending growth by about 50%. We're talking about $500 million is close to it. But as I said earlier, the CFD is routinely, and I do want to point out, in every single housing reform, RENA explanation, it is cited as a major and possible major impediment to the city addressing its RENA numbers. And so it's safe to say that there are people within our community or within the city, including housing advocates, who view a Melrose as a poison pill. And Melrose and CFD are really the same thing, so we use them sort of interchangeably. Additionally, the reason why we're talking about this is that representatives from Google have also asked the city to look at the possibility of bonding against this tax revenue Shoreline Community District to offset various mitigation fees that they have to do. Right? Obviously, when you're developing a project for $10 billion, which is what they've stated, right, there are some sizable fees that are going to come with it. And one of the things as we look at housing projects and we look at reports and analysis that the city has done, one of the things that continues to come back is the city's fees and its impact on whether or not that will stymie development, right? And so obviously Google is also looking at, well, should we as a developer bear the brunt of addressing all the needs that exist within this area, which is really the intent of Shoreline Regional Park community, right? Is to spur growth, that you take tax revenue to actually address the changes. So we want to continue to look at the funding, and this is where I'm going to turn it over to Dante. When we look at the pass-through revenue, we've estimated conservatively that the tax value is almost equivalent to the Melrose funding over the next 25 years. Now, I just want to point out that as we explore different funding options for future growth, it is possible that an updated JPA agreement, which is currently under discussion with the city and MVLA, that releases additional pass-through funding, could possibly be used to address the funding gap that we have, which is why we will come back and talk about certificate of participations. In a certificate of participation, we put a lien against our property, but we also have to present the argument that there is a funding source that we can use, essentially from your general fund, that can help fund the actual site or the construction. So the best case example of this is when we built Vargas Elementary. Now, we recently paid off the COP with our bond funds, which is what we said we would do. But we leveraged $60 million, a COP for $60 million with a 2.5 annual payment or debt service over the next 25 years. And so it is possible, and which is why we're looking at the revenue, to say for the board to issue a certificate of participation, which does not require voter approval, which is different than a general obligation bond or Melrose, which both require voter approval. It is possible to use a COP if we have guaranteed funds that could be leveraged to pay for the building of schools. How much is really going to be the conversation that we will explore later. But I just want to put that out there. This is part of the reason that in order to discuss COPs, you need to understand that we have to secure ongoing revenue that doesn't come at the expense of programming for our students. And so at the time, we use developer fees to help pay the COP. But what we saw and after the first 2 years is that developer fees actually dipped, and we had to start paying out of our general fund or out of our reserves. And so that became a little bit untenable, which is why we were fortunate enough to pass the bond. So I just want to point out it's really important for us to have guaranteed revenue to issue a COP, especially when you're thinking of, if we're replacing the Melrose, we're talking about $450 million or close to $500 million. And so there has to be a sizable revenue source in order to keep that, in order to issue that. Now, I just want to be fair that City Council, as well as the Shoreline Regional Park, have debts that they are trying to service, right? And so there's a reason why this area is worth $4.4 billion. It's not because the money has been squandered or anything else. There have been sizable improvements that actually have taken place over there. And it has spurred development since 1969. It is no longer a regional park. It is no longer a dump, right? And so it has actually served the purpose and continues to serve the purpose that it was intended to do. But additional funding is possible that it could meet resistance from City Council and city staff due to various projects. The most important one, which I thought was really interesting as I did the history of this, the one that continues to come up is sea level rise, right? And you see that cited in multiple presentations as the part of the reason why there needs to be a further exploration of how the fees are resolved. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Dante, who will give you a little bit more. So I can give you the overview. I call this the Cliff Note version of the presentation, right? Right? But I'm going to turn it over to the professor who really understands the tax increment and who can really take you in and sort of give you a better understanding and is able to ask more of the financial question. Because obviously I misplaced the zero or a comma in my first run at it. And so Dante is really the person that you want to discuss this. I'm going to turn it over to him. But Shelley, we have to give his phone. He's down in, but his phone isn't, sorry.
How is that? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, President Blakely, members of the board, district staff. I can't see the public in attendance, so I assume that there are a number of folks out there in the public who have listened to Dr. Rudolph's presentation. As Dr. Rudolph said, I've been doing this a long time, and about 30 years ago, when I was testifying before various legislative committees on tax increment financing used by redevelopment agencies, community redevelopment agencies, this was, as I say, almost 30 years ago, an education consultant came up to me and said that he had always thought that education law and education finance was the most convoluted and difficult subject he had ever encountered. But now he realized that tax increment financing by redevelopment agencies was at least as difficult, if not more so. And yet, while Shoreline is not a redevelopment agency, all of which have been terminated by the legislature back in 2011, Shoreline does use tax increment financing. So what Dr. Rudolph has been discussing is the very thing that this education consultant commented to me about nearly 30 years ago: education finance and law and tax increment financing. So it's a challenging subject for anyone, much less the general public. With that in mind, I'd like to make a couple of comments and qualifications about Dr. Rudolph's presentation, which I think was excellent. The Shoreline community, one could say, is a type of special district, but technically speaking, it's just a public body. It is neither a city, a county, a special district, a school district, a community college district, a county office of education. It's none of those things, but it is a public body. And in this case, it uses tax increment financing because the state legislature in the government code said that it could and should, and it has. And Dr. Rudolph is correct in saying that the Shoreline public body, the Shoreline community, as created by the legislature back in 1969, continues indefinitely. Who knows, that could change by future legislation, but it continues indefinitely, hence tax increment financing continues indefinitely. Now, many of you know when you pay your property tax bill, however large or small it may be, the amount that you pay is apportioned or shared to or by all of the local public entities that provide services where you live. So some percentage of it goes to the city, and the other goes to the city county general fund, and the other goes to the school districts and special districts and so forth. And Dr. Rudolph showed that the Mountain View Wisman Elementary School District's share of your property tax bill is 23.75%. And the high school district's share is 15.21%. And the other entities have their shares, all of which adds up to 1% of the assessed value of your property. So you pay taxes, and it's divvied up among all the entities, except within Shoreline. That divvying up process only occurs based on the original base year assessed value of the Shoreline community that Dr. Rudolph identified back in 1977-78 at just under $34 million. The current estimated assessed value for Shoreline for 22-23, it's not a final number, but it's going to be close, is $5.9 billion. So all of the property taxes that you pay above that little tiny base all those years ago, instead of being divvied up among all the entities, is diverted to the shoreline community. Now, before fiscal year 2009-10, the Mountain View School District did not incur any direct fiscal harm from the diversion of its share of all this growth in property taxes to shoreline, because the district was not community funded in those days. It was not a basic aid district. And therefore the state backfilled, increased state funding to the school district to compensate dollar for dollar for the amount of the school district's share of what's called tax increment diverted to shoreline. But since fiscal 10-11, except for 17-18, an anomalous year, the district has been basic aid. It has been community funded, and the diversion of property taxes since 10-11, with that one exception in 17-18, has not been backfilled by the state. And that amount diverted to shoreline has actually been lost to the district, because it's been diverted to shoreline and the state hasn't backfilled it. Now, as Dr. Allende talked about, in 2006, the school districts and shoreline formed a joint powers authority that, in the interest of shoreline entering into an agreement, in this case with the Mountain View School District, to return a portion of the diverted tax increment to the district. Now, at that time, 2006, again, the district was not basic aid yet, so they got the backfill plus the payment from shoreline. But since that time, and I should say since that time, the agreement has been amended or replaced. And actually, that 2006 agreement was amended in 2011. It was replaced in 2013 and amended again in 2019. And all these different versions of the agreements have returned to the district a portion, in some cases, a fairly significant percentage of the diverted tax increment to shoreline. The percentage of diverted tax increment returned to the district pursuant to the current 2019 amendment for fiscal year 21-22 and 22-23 is about 37% of the amount diverted. So the property tax share from the district is diverted to shoreline, and about 37% of it is returned. And the returned revenues are available to fund facilities or to fund programs and staff and teachers on an operating basis, as well as capital facilities funds. Now, Dr. Rudolph noted that the current agreement, the city believes, will expire at the end of fiscal year 22-23. Now, that's arguable. When you look at the wording of the 2019 amendment, that's the current agreement. One could argue that that agreement either doesn't expire at all, or it expires after 5 years, which would have it expiring after 24-25. So there is, I think, room for disagreement or negotiation or coming to a meeting of the minds between the district and Shoreline about when the current agreement ends. But the city's current position, at least, is that it ends at the end of 22-23, which would be at the end of June of next year. So here we are in September of 22. The city has said they believe the agreement ends at the end of June of next year. Now, the city has also stated its willingness or interest in extending the agreement by at least a year and a half, and has indicated, I believe, an openness, a willingness to negotiate either a further amendment to the 2019 amendment or maybe an all-new agreement. But the district believes that getting more than 37% of the diverted revenue coming back to the district to fund the educational infrastructure and increased educational programs created by all of this development in North Bayshore would be good public policy. And to the extent that a extended agreement or a amended agreement or an all-new agreement that pays more than 37% of the diverted revenue back to the district can be negotiated, then indeed, in the best of cases, from the district's perspective, that could even obviate the need for these special community facilities district or Mello-Roos district financing structures that increase the tax bill for people who occupy new homes in North Bayshore or new apartments, and also new industrial and R&D and commercial space. And obviously the building community and the city and Google, are concerned about having to pay additional taxes, whereas tax increment is just comes from the property taxes that you all pay. There are no tax increases. It's just as the tax base goes up in value, the check you write every year goes up, but it's not an extra tax, unlike a Mello-Roos tax, which is an extra special tax. Now, of course, the district could also issue general obligation bonds or school bonds, which do involve a higher tax rate. So, your tax bill, whatever it is, X that you write now, if the district were to issue additional general obligation or school bonds, your tax bill would go up, even though your assessed value does not. So, nobody wants to pay a higher tax rate or additional taxes, as in the case of Mello-Roos. But in order to fund the increased demands on district educational programs and to educate your children, and the new children are going to be brought to this area because of the continued development in Shoreline, we've got to figure out a way to pay for the new schools, pay for the new teachers, pay for the new programs, and so forth. And it has to come out of some source. And to the extent the district can negotiate a more, let's call it a more favorable agreement with Shoreline, then that creates, a larger cash flow. Year to year, it was $5 million last year. Well, as growth continues in the area, it could go to 6, 7, 8, 9, $10 million coming back to the district every year under a revised or extended or amended or replaced agreement. And then the district can borrow against those future increases to pay for needed school facilities now. And to the extent that there's extra, we call them pass-through payments to the district from Shoreline, under an extended or amended or new agreement, to the extent that there's additional revenues left after paying for what's called certificates of participation. They can also be called lease revenue bonds. They're a form of lease purchase financing that does not involve a higher tax rate for anybody. The amount of tax bill you pay will be what it, one will be paid whether there's a certificate of participation out there or not, as long as you're using lease purchase financing instead of general obligation bond or school bond financing. These COPs, that's the acronym for certificates of participation. Those the COPs are not bonds technically, and the payments on the COPs are not debt service under California law. They are lease payments, capital lease payments, and they don't require an increase in property taxes. So, to the extent that we can work with the city, which I'm sure is very cognizant of the fact that one of the attractive aspects of redeveloping this North Bay Shore area is not only the parks and the sea rise protection and the great streets and street lighting and heaven knows water, we all know now, is a very important and rare, increasingly rare commodity. Not only will new development in North Bay Shore require those public improvements and additional public services, they will require improvements to the schools and additional educational services. So to the extent that the city and district can work together to increase the flow of these pass-through payments under the existing or new or amended agreement between the district and Shoreline into the future, then we can handle the educational needs without raising taxes on anybody and without having a Melrose district or with having a smaller one or having one that has lower special taxes or having a general obligation bond that has a lower tax rate, because more, if not all, of the needs in North Bay Shore can be funded by leveraging these pass-through payments under the agreement. Now, one final comment I'd like to make. One reason that there's been so much growth in North Bay Shore is because of the use of tax increment financing by Shoreline. The statute in 1969 that created Shoreline found and declared that the area is characterized and blighted by, and then there's this whole long list of things that were wrong, that were problems back then. I think Dr. Allende mentioned the pig farms and whatnot. Obviously, a lot of that has already been, a lot of that blight has been removed, but not all of it. And the statute said, it is further found and declared that the existence of these conditions presents difficulties and handicaps which are beyond remedy and control solely by private interests. And then the statute further said, it is further found and declared that there is a great and pressing demand for more housing, etc., and for the correlation of the community and of the park with other areas of the city and county by streets and public places. And without governmental help, the community cannot be developed, and so forth and so on. So a lot of the development that has occurred would not have occurred absent tax increment financing authority for Shoreline. And if for whatever reason, tax increment authority were to go away in the future, and of course, I don't know of any movement to do that. The district certainly is not advocating that, not at all. But in the absence of tax increment authority, there would not be a way of subsidizing the removal of the remaining blight. So future growth would be less without tax increment financing. And yes, the district would, without tax increment financing, wouldn't have a diversion of its property tax growth within that area, but there would be a lot less demand for new schools and new teachers and new programs too. So it's important, I think, that the tax increment authority of Shoreline continue. The question is not whether there should or shouldn't be tax increment authority. The question is solely what percentage or under what terms and for how long should Shoreline pass through a portion of the district's diverted property tax increment back to the district to alleviate or mitigate the impacts of all this new development. And that's what I believe the district is going to discuss with the city and the city with the district. And I'm confident that they will find a middle ground where they can jointly find a way to provide for educational infrastructure and programs in North Bayshore to the largest extent feasible or possible by increasing the pass-throughs to the district so that the district doesn't have to turn to other fallback positions that may involve either more school bonds or a larger volume of school bonds or CFDs, Melrose districts, or a larger number or amount of those. So we want to make sure that the community gets maximum value for its property taxes. And one way of doing that is to make sure that the pass-throughs under the agreement, amended, replaced, whatever, between the district and Shoreline are adequate to address the impacts of the growth that tax increment is subsidizing. So on that note, I think I've finished my presentation, unless people have comments, or the board, or Dr. Allende, or the public.
2 more slides. So let me just wrap this up just real quick. So I want to be clear that we're not advocating for the dissolution of the agreement, which is actually a violation of the JPA. But it is important to note that due to the RENA numbers and the impending growth that is coming out of North Bayshore, this agreement in its current form is a little bit antiquated and no longer meets the community's needs for schools. The more housing that will occur in North Bayshore, the more impact that it will have on the school district. And we are put in, as Dante explained, in a pickle, right? Because your option is either to find ways to not tax the community or to tax the community. And that's the perplexing problem for us. And both MVLA and MVWSD could leverage these monies, not only for teacher salaries, class size reduction, capital, as well as capital projects that can address enrollment growth within the North Bayshore. What's interesting, and Dante or I didn't talk about this earlier, GO bonds, certificate of participations, leaseback bonds, none of those can be used for operational purposes. Melrose could be used, and obviously an increase in tax increment could actually be used to address the teacher issue, right? So when we talk about the 1.2 billion problem, we're not talking about the need for staffing. We're just talking about the building, the ground and the building problem. And so we do need to take into account that if we add 1,400 kids, or actually I think the total across the whole district is somewhere in the neighborhood of 2,500. If we add that many kids, we have to also add more teachers, which increases our operational budget. So we have to strike a balance in finding a way to fund the schools, but also to find a way to fund the teachers, administrators, scabs, and other services that will service those particular schools. So what are our next steps? The city, MVLA, as well as MVWSD will continue to try and forge an agreement in an expiring JPA. As Dante pointed out, there's also some questions about the interpretation about whether or not it expires, but what we have been told is that the need for an extension because of the expiration. And so we have to assume worst case scenario, as you know, I like to be a little bit more conservative. And so I have to assume that it will expire, which means that the district will lose $2.8 million annually. The JPA board, which consists of the city managers, MVLA, MVWS students, city manager, MVLA, as well as myself, will meet to review staff recommendations. So staff below us, the assistant city manager, the CFO or CBOs of both districts are actually working on it, and make a formal recommendation to city council, who has the voting power to amend the actual funding, as well as the board of trustees, who in both districts must approve the updated agreement. So again, I want to just point out, like, ultimately, it's city council who drives the conversation, or the state legislature, but it's really city council who determines how the funding goes. But it's up to us, like, if city council makes a decision, like, hey, this is where we expect to go, then the trustees have to vote to approve the actual JPA agreement, which is what we did a couple of years ago when the additional residential housing was added to the actual agreement. And so, depending on, right now, it is slated that in 2023, some type of agreement or dissolution will have to happen, but we're assuming positive intent, which means that in 2023, City Council, MVLA, and MVWCs will approve some type of amendment or some type of continuation to the agreement that is actually expired. With that, I will open it up for questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rudolph and Dante. We appreciate all that information. There's a lot to digest. Sure, that's fine. It is now 8:30, so why don't we take a 5-minute break and we'll reconvene at 8:35. Thank you. Are we back? It still says returning shortly. Okay, thank you, everybody. We're reconvening again after a short break at 8:36. And trustees, do you have any clarifying questions for Dr. Rudolph or Attorney Phil Henderson or Dante on the presentation that we just received? Trustee Chang?
And is Dante still on the call?
I thought he was still here.
Yeah, he's still here.
The question was for him for the presentation. Thank you for the presentation. Just making sure I know he can hear.
Seriously.
He can hear you. He's unmuted. But yes, he's here.
So
Yeah. I'm here.
hi Dante, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation and the numbers you presented. One of the things you said in your presentation and talking about the net total loss to the district when you presented that part to the community. Could you say
Yeah.
again, what is the net total loss to the district over the historical last 4 phases of shoreline agreement? Did you not say that? Because you presented the net loss when you went through the backfill, didn't he? Oh, a correction.
Yeah.
I thought that was presented when he said the backfill. My mistake. Okay. Thank you. I misunderstood. I thought it was presented.
No, it was not presented.
But that's okay, Dante. If it was not presented, my apologies.
I can clarify it conceptually, however. The district's 23.75% of each tax bill above that little tiny base is diverted to shoreline. That is the gross tax increment diverted to shoreline. The net tax increment is that same amount minus the pass-through payment that shoreline pays back to the district of a portion of the gross. So for example, if the gross were $100 and the pass-through were 50% of the gross, then the net would be 100 minus 50 equals 50. So the gross impact would be 100, the net impact would be 50. Under the current 2019 amendment, for the last couple of years, the net impact has been, the pass-through has been about 37% of the gross. So the net adverse impact on the district has been 63%, 100% minus the pass-through of 37% is 63%. So what we're suggesting here is that a revised or new and or extended agreement that increases the pass-through percentage will decrease the net impact on the district.
Thank you. Does that address the question, Trustee Chang? Okay, thank you very much. So I am not seeing anybody else with clarifying questions on this item. So let us open it up to members of the public who are listening on Zoom who wish to address the board on this item. And I understand that perhaps our city manager would like to speak. If you would like to speak, please raise your hand in Zoom, or if you've dialed in by phone, please press *9. And we'll see how many people would like to speak. Yeah. Can you unmute yourself?
I can unmute.
Okay. Well, I'm not seeing any hands raised, but I understand that City Manager McCarthy has communicated with Dr. Rudolph that she'd like to speak. And so can you, I'm not sure if you can unmute yourself or not.
Thank you,
Okay.
President Blakely. I was unable to raise my hand or unmute myself, but I think I'm past the technology challenges now. I appreciate it. So as I mentioned, I'm Kimber McCarthy. I'm the city manager for the city of Mountain View, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all tonight to provide some further context for the board's discussion of the shoreline community. I also submitted a letter this afternoon as public comment on this item. You all have heard quite a bit of background information tonight about the community and the city's role specifically in being a very diligent and fiscally responsible steward of this important park and what we feel is a regional jewel. So there are many associated financial and operational responsibilities, with the understanding that the tax increment financing is for the development, the maintenance, the protection, and the ongoing needs of this area. And I thought I would just mention some of the obligations and also some of the risks that are unique to this area. You've heard about the closed landfill that once served this region, and there are some significant necessary environmental mitigations that have gone on for many years and that will continue because it is a closed landfill there. We also have a 750-acre park with a golf course, a sailing lake, miles of trails. And as you all know, there are extensive wetlands and meadowlands out there that are home to many federally protected species. We're all aware of the growing concern about climate change, and I know that we've touched a little bit about that tonight regarding sea level rise, and it really does pose an imminent threat to shoreline's ecological and recreational resources, and really importantly, the containment of contaminated wastewater from the closed landfill and other potential environmental impacts. So some of you may have even been out at Shoreline recently and been walking along the trails and seen some of the dirt being hauled in. The city is currently working with the California State Coastal Conservancy on a major project to help mitigate sea level rise, really reinforce that shoreline area and protect the natural habitats there. So this all being said, just to give some example of how that tax increment financing is responsibly used to fulfill the purpose and the obligations of the shoreline community. And regarding the JPA, as the superintendent mentioned, the city and district staff have been actively working to reach resolution to extend this agreement, and the city remains committed to working with the district to determine ongoing annual payments well above the guaranteed minimum amount. And I'd like to acknowledge the district's concerns about all of the changes in the shoreline area and even to the city more broadly. This is not an easy issue. And we, the city, recognize the challenge of planning for future growth. We share the desire to plan and prepare for potential future increases in enrollment. And it's also really important to know that potential developments in North Bayshore, and more specifically, the Google North Bayshore Master Plan, is all still being worked on. This is not anticipated to come before City Council for review until 2023. So I'll just close by saying that the city recognizes that the schools are integral to the community, and this includes collaborating on a future school in the shoreline area. And we are very committed to working with the district to address these many important community challenges. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, City Manager. We appreciate your comments. Okay, trustees, comments, thoughts? Trustee Conley.
Well, I think as we look forward to the expansion of our population within the city and the expansion of the students within our community and the needs that we have as a school district to serve those children effectively, I'm glad that we're undertaking this process of reviewing all the different funding mechanisms that may be available, from a Melrose Bond to shared shoreline pass-throughs to looking at a COP or other, options. And this is, we're weighing that balance, as Dr. Rudolph said, of further taxing our community, which to a certain extent, California has set up public school funding so that school districts are required to do bonds in order to meet their facilities requirements. And then also trying to not put a burden on the community. So I appreciate the thoughtfulness in this presentation and Dante's work and our city manager's comments. And then also that this is kind of a long road that we're going down to look at all of these different options. But it's important because we have to weigh which is the most feasible to meet the needs of $1.2 billion for the district. And then on top of that, funding student services, teachers, staff, all of the administrative overhead to have more schools.
Thank you, Trustee Conley. Are there other trustees who are interested in commenting on this? Trustee Chang.
Just a procedural request for in future presentations where they talk about numbers that maybe in the past, if possible, future presentations could also bring any purchasing power adjustments. When you look historically, dollars in the past are not the same as dollars in the present. So I don't know if that's something for Dante or in future presentations, Dr. Rudolph. If we're looking at numbers in the past, if we can also show a number of what that purchasing power would be if it's many years in the back. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chang. I have one more comment that I'd like to make, just that the school districts are sort of the way the California legislature has set up funding that's available to schools. We get squeezed when there's new development. We're supposed to be able to pass bonds, and they're supposed to match the bonds, the state, but the state hasn't matched bonds. We've been in line, for like 10 years for the 2012 Measure G bond and never saw a penny. We're supposed to have those monies matched 50-50, but the state hasn't been able to raise enough bonds to match the bonds that the local agencies get approved. Cities have the ability to get impact fees and ask for affordable housing and park fees and such when there's new development going in, especially new residential development. But because of the building industry associations leverage over the state legislature, they're very strong lobby. They've gotten the state legislature to approve legislation that only requires school impact fees to go to the schools if a developer is building like a whole new community. And the school impact fees, they get changed every 2 years. And currently they are $4.79 a square foot. And our school district, because we're not a unified school district, we're a K-8, and then we have the Mountain View Los Altos High School District. So we get 2/3 of that money, and the high school district gets 1/3. So that brings us down to $3.20 a foot. And that money is basically enough to maybe lease portables. It doesn't cover the cost of any new construction. It doesn't cover the cost of any new land acquisition. And so we really are kind of between a rock and a hard place when there is huge amounts, 11,000 some odd new units that the RENA, the state, is requiring Mountain View to add. And we've already added a lot. I mean, there's something like the population of the city of Mountain View, if all this development happens, eventually is going to increase by 50%. And so, we don't want to squeeze anybody. We don't want to squeeze our taxpayers. We don't want to squeeze the shoreline fund. But we're stuck. We can't wave our magic wand and get schools. And so we're trying to be creative, trying to work as partners, because ultimately we're all members of this community. But that is why we are spending so much time in our meetings looking at various funding alternatives, is that's we have to do that. There's not a secret pot of money. We can't say, well, the developers you're developing, you should pay for this. And actually this could be to their benefit if we can find a source like this that doesn't increase taxes on the new units being developed, because that will, discourage the development and discourage purchasers from buying the units. So we're trying to strike that balance and find a win-win for everybody. And I'm hopeful that we can continue to work with the city and other partners, our community members, to do so. Keeping my fingers crossed. And appreciate everyone's support. Any other comments, trustees? Okay, thank you everyone who's been listening to this and who presented this evening. We really appreciate all your support and guidance. And we will now move along to item B, the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. And I believe, is that Director Chang? Director Chang, are you here this evening?
Hi.
Oh, there you are.
Yes.
Welcome. Thank you.
Good evening, trustees. I'm here tonight to present about the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. I'll be giving background information, taking us through our planning process over the past 9 months or so, reviewing our next steps, and sharing some varied further considerations as we move forward with execution. I'd like to acknowledge that this work has been a group effort among many colleagues, including Ed Services Coordinator Terry Lambert, who has been my primary collaborator. We will, of course, be available for any questions you may have at the end of the presentation. So, some background. As with everything that we do, our efforts in this area are always going to be aligned to our strategic plan. As you can see, this effort aligns with 3 goal areas and 3 objectives. And furthermore, I think we need to start with talking about the need for affordable after-school childcare. As most of us are aware, access to affordable after-school childcare has been challenging for some time now, especially among those families who belong to traditionally underserved populations. We have expensive childcare options, and there are limited sources of financial aid. We do have our great Beyond the Bell program in MVWSD, which serves about 250 students across 5 of our sites, but it is limited by grant funding and specific legal requirements of the After School Education and Safety, or ACES funding. And the feedback from parent groups over the years, and specifically during our sessions with various stakeholder groups, tell us that families' main priorities are after school care, student supervision, homework help, socialization, and outdoor play. And current status is we have these programs: Beyond the Bell, Right at School, YMCA, and The Beat at Graham, and all currently serve students from the host school site. And in total, every year, approximately 700 students per year will enroll. So we have this issue, and recent legislation has begun to address this need. In 2021, the legislature established the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program in order to provide wraparound services for working families. And furthermore, the budget bill passed last summer in 2022 established new funding amounts, maintaining the original requirements, and added the transportation detail. So what is the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program? Here are the big details to know about what we will sometimes refer to as ELOP. So ELOP funds after school and inter-session childcare programs for unduplicated students in grades TK through 6. And some definitions, just so that we are all clear. Unduplicated pupils refer to our socioeconomically disadvantaged foster youth and English learner students. An intersession is defined as non-school weekdays, for example, summer break, spring break, or teacher in-service days. And last year, with our funds, we used the majority of it to on summer intersession programs in June and July, also known as our summer programs or summer school. In 22-23, our current allocation is approximately $2.471 million in total, and this was based on the unduplicated pupil count on Census Day, October 2021. So specifically, the legislation requires that ELOP provides districts unduplicated students with a total of 9 hours of care, including the school day, for each of the 180 school days per year. And then 9 hours of care for 30 additional intersession days. The ratios, minimum ratios for TK to K is 10-1, and for grades 1 through 6 is 20-1. This school year is a rollout year for the program, and we're required to offer it to all TK to 6 unduplicated pupils and enroll at least 50% of them. Next year, we must once again offer the program to all unduplicated pupils and enroll all who are interested. The first program audit is slated to take place sometime in 23-24. Key here is that there is no opt-out and there are penalties for non-compliance. The implementation is required, and there are two separate penalties possible if the requirements are not met. One is a failure to offer and provide access to the required number of students, and our money would be reduced by the number of students that were not offered or could not enroll in the program. And also, the other possible penalty would be failure to meet the required amount of time or days, and there's a formula, 0.0048 times your total apportionment times the number of days that the requirements were not met. So the state is very serious about all of us taking part in this program and doing the best that we can. So there's also a program plan that is required for submission to the Department of Education. So we have to obtain board approval of a program plan to detail the specifics of each program. There's a state provided template with required plan components with 13 required elements, and we will submit to the state pending this body's approval. But the state approval is not technically required before we implement. And here's just a summary of the 13 areas in which we have had to work on a plan to describe how we would provide and roll out or provide the ELOP program. Okay, so I'd like to move on by talking about planning for implementation, starting with our priorities. So this year, our big planning priority are as follows: build our after-school program capacity across all of our sites, collect and analyze enrollment data to calibrate supply and demand. We want to enroll at least 50% of unduplicated students, and of course, remain fiscally responsible. And next year, we want to utilize what we learned this year to provide the full ELOP program for all interested unduplicated students, and of course, continue to remain fiscally responsible. So how do we do this? Well, two approaches were considered. We considered doing it ourselves, doing it in-house and building it out via hiring and training similar to our BTB model. We also considered establishing this program via partnerships with our after-school care organizations. So let's take a look at the first one. In order to see if this would be viable, we projected out financial and operational costs based on the Beyond the Bell staffing model and projected numbers of qualifying UPP students or unduplicated students. We figured out that we would need to hire upwards of 75 additional staff to meet all of the ELOP requirements, probably even more. We would be responsible for recruiting, hiring, training, supporting, and supervising these new employees. The projections also included costs for daily afternoon snack, additional hours for existing site supervisory staff, and additional custodial costs, etc. And the projected financial cost was just under $4,000 per student in TK to K, and about $2,500 for the slightly older children. Some other considerations when thinking about doing this ourselves: the projected cost of an in-house ELOP program is significantly higher than our actual appropriation. While we have experience as a school district to serve a limited number of students in after-school care, in the end, it is not our core business. BTB does a great job, but we need a large-scale program that it would be a new endeavor entirely. Of course, it cannot be understated the labor uncertainty. Significant challenges are still around. For example, right now, preschool and BTB have not been fully staffed in the past few years and are experiencing staffing challenges this year. And of course, adding 75 or more staff would significantly strain multiple departments, especially the educational services, human resources, and finance department. But really, it would seriously impact our school district. We'd have to divert significant attention to the project, and the effectiveness of administrators pulled to do this would impact their performance in other areas. And ongoing training and direct supervision would be required for a significant number of new staff. And if if the funding decreases or is cut in the future, layoffs would have to happen. So that's doing ELOP in-house, some considerations, some projections. What about establishing ELOP via some partnerships, like the ones we have with Right at School and YMCA? So we have been communicating and collaborating with Right at School and YMCA over the past several months to see whether this could work. They would work with us to establish and operate after-school and intercession programs that would meet all ELOP requirements and all of our priorities. The two organizations would do the hiring, do the training. It would be their employees to provide the high quality ELOP services across the district that we all expect. And YMCA has said that they can operate at a combined site at Stevenson-Therakoff, while Right at School would love the opportunity to operate at all other sites. And the per student financial cost is lower than what we would be able to do internally. Right at School is coming in at right under $2,800 per TK to K and under $2,300 per grades 1 through 6. And you can see YMCA has about $3,700 per TK to K and under $2,000 per grades 1 through 6. The organizations are obviously different. They have different internal calculations. And so even though the numbers are slightly different overall, because of the ratios of ages and different ages of kids, it comes out to approximately the same per school site per student. So some other additional considerations when talking about doing ELOP via partnership model, right? The projected cost of contracting, we already mentioned, with partners is lowering than establishing our own program. These two organizations are established programs with a track record of meeting families' after school needs and already have systems for operating programs on a large scale, of course, including recruitment, hiring, training, and supervision. Clear and consistent coordination and communication with partners will be essential for smooth operation. The hiring issues and the staffing concerns are not going away, even for Right at School and YMCA, and so we'll have to work with them on that, plus all sorts of other coordination activities. And contracts will be needed to be updated and renegotiated yearly if necessary, especially if our apportionments or the conditions change significantly. But in another sense, if funding were to decrease or get cut in the future, it wouldn't be MVWSD that would have to experience layoffs. So what about our neighboring school districts? So it's instructive to see what our neighbors are doing. And we have been collaborating with not only these neighbors, but also our regional lead and talking with, in various degrees to various organizations and school districts about kind of how they're thinking about this. And I won't read it to you here, but we have some school districts who are contracting with private organizations and others who are building it out. But majority seem to be outsourcing. So given all these considerations, given months of kind of research and figuring out the rules and understanding ELOP, and we're still working on that, we have decided that our implementation approach, after comparing the pros and cons, is that we should move forward with our partners Right at School and YMCA to establish ELOP. There's just many advantages to doing it this way. So we're going to move forward with our partners. And just a note that in 2022-23, Beyond the Bell will continue to operate as it has in the past, while we work to merge BTB and ELOP per the legislative direction. Just as a note, Right at School, YMCA, and our staff, including BTB, have combined already to complete a consistent program plan to submit to you and to submit to the state. So moving forward, what will implementation look like? Well, it's going to be a rolling launch. YMCA, Right at School, will have rolling launches throughout the year as they recruit and hire and train staff. Overall staffing challenges are still a reality, and therefore we're being cautious about what we are able to promise. Existing paid programs for anybody who is attending right at school or YMCA and either paying partial or getting a scholarship or somewhere in between, those are not being changed. Those are remaining unchanged. BTB programs and participation will remain unchanged for the time being. As our agency partners bring on staff, new classes around after-school classes will be open throughout the year. The intended start of our first expanded learning opportunities programs will be at Castro Mistral and Therakoff Stevenson in late fall. And as soon as we can do it smoothly, we will open up the other sites as soon as staffing allows. We don't know when this will be. And so just want to be clear that some interested and qualifying families won't be able to participate until later this school year. But again, the goal is by the end of 22-23, all sites will have capacity to enroll all interested unduplicated pupils into after school and intersession programs next year in 23-24. So cost. So our total yearly allocation this year and then estimated next year is just under $2.5 million. We have some carryover funds. ELOP does allow us to carry over funds for 1 year. So we have carryover funds from 21-22 into this year. It's about $314,000. And due to a rolling launch and the requirement to serve 50% of unduplicated pupils, meaning, so looking at it from the other direction is we are able to kind of cap it at 50% this year only. This year's costs will likely be approximately 50% or even less the 23-24 costs, which will lead to a projected $1 million carryover into next year's budget. So we're looking at 23-24 cost projections based on approximately at the time of this presentation, this presentation's creation, but going off of about 1,200 unduplicated pupils who are not already served by BTB. If our enrollment is around 50%, it's going to cost about 1.7 million. If 60% enroll, 2.1. And you can see the 80% numbers and the 100% numbers. So I apologize that this is a very busy slide, but there are still lots of considerations that the public and the board need to kind of know about and discuss and ask questions about if necessary. So I just want to point out these are, just candid, kind of reality-based issues. The actual demand for the program is really, it's hard to gauge. We've tried, we've pulled some numbers, and I'll talk about some of those, but the actual program numbers, who actually wants to sign up, won't be known until we start the programs. And it's going to fluctuate year to year. The number of unduplicated pupils also changes each year, year to year, although over many years, the numbers have consistently dropped. Even within the year, there are many changes as lunch applications are submitted, as families move, as English language learner students reclassify, and if they're not also socioeconomically disadvantaged, right? Reclassification could actually become a burden for a family who needs childcare. That's something to really be careful about and consider. It will likely be that there will be further adjustments to our implementation approach because of legislative updates. There's still lobbying going on between school districts, and the legislature is still discussing possible changes. We don't have a state audit guide yet. Eagerly awaiting that, but we don't know when that will be released. The program costs are still likely to fluctuate slightly. For example, we just got a recent clarification that students who need specific additional supports, perhaps due to an IEP, 504 plan, or health plan, should receive the same level of support in their after-school expanded learning opportunities program. Of course, it should be clear that facilities will be impacted due to consistent and increased usage of campuses. I've mentioned staffing challenges a few times. I don't think I can understate it. It's still a reality and could remain so for the foreseeable future. When we're talking about intrasession ELOP, right, that's the summer programs or the break programs, we're likely to incur some transportation costs depending on the level of enrollment. We might not be able to have an intersession program at every single site. We might have to consolidate, which means transportation costs. If there is high demand, over 80%, of the annual ELOP apportionment, if it remains unchanged. Right now, the legislature has not said that's going to increase year to year. They have not even talked about COLA yet, but again, subject to change. But if we get the same amount every year, our rollover over the next couple of years will cover us, but it may not always cover us. It's possible that in year 3 that there might need to be supplemental funding that we have to look into to make this continue. So some next steps. Right now, late July, early September, we actually sent out an interest survey to all qualifying families to begin gauging the demand so that we could let our, we'll figure out ourselves and also let our partners know kind of how many staff they might need to hire. So far, so as of today, we got about a 60% response rate from our unduplicated pupil families who got the letter and were, call on the phone to ask them to please fill out whether you're interested in this. And of the 60% of families that did respond, about 80% of them have said yes, they would actually be interested in the program. So just doing some basic math, we can, soft project that the likely actual demand will be overall between 40% and 80%. It's unlikely it's going to be over 80% this year, just simply because usually the most interested families will reply yes. When can we sign up? And we have to tell them, well, we're just getting a sense of what our demand is right now, but we'll definitely let you know. So probably not going to go over 80, but probably is going to be above 40% as well. In September, right now, we're having this discussion at the MVWSD board meeting. Program plan and partner MOUs or contracts are agendized for approval for the next board meeting. If approved, hopefully in September and October, our partners will begin to recruit, hire, and train staff, and we will start to set up enrollment for families, particularly in the sites that we're starting in first. And then from October until the end of the year, we're going to just learn from each rollout, and we're going to continue to recruit staff, launch new classes as they're ready, and work with our partners very closely throughout all of this. Another few words about Beyond the Bell integration. This year, we are continuing the historical programming while ELOP programs develop across the district. Beyond the Bell is planning on serving approximately 250 grades 1 through 6 unduplicated students across 5 sites. And the plan for eventual administrative integration with ELOP, we'll be planning for this in alignment with the legislation. And then next year, the intent is to administer Beyond the Bell together with other ELOP programs wherever possible. For example, in the identification of students, who would be the best, which students and which sites would be which students at the site would be best suited for a Beyond the Bell program versus a YMCA or versus a Right at School program. So we are working closer and closer with Beyond the Bell. This slide, if you prefer a 2D summary of what is happening, a table kind of with YMCA, Right at School, Beyond the Bell. It shows what's happening, what's the plan this year, what's the plan for intercession this year, and then next year and intercession next year. So finally, our next steps, we've attached the program plan for review, and the approval will be requested at the next board meeting. And the YMCA and Right at School contracts will also be added to the next board meeting agenda for approval. So pending approvals, staff will meet with YMCA, Right at School, and our site staff to establish final details. YMCA and Right at School will begin hiring staff for ELOP. We'll be working out details of intercession with both of our partners. And we're going to continue to do implementation planning, like how are we going to do enrollment forms, opt-out forms for unduplicated pupils? What communications do we need? How are we going to do outreach to families? What information sessions we're going to set up? Those are already in the works. And of course, at the physical level, our sites and our MOT department will begin to prepare the facilities for the opening of these really important programs that I think will make a huge impact on some of our most needy families. So thank you very much. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Director Chang. That was a very informative report. Trustees, does anybody have any clarifying questions for Director Chang? Trustee Wheeler?
Yes, thank you. When I first heard about this, a question came up in my mind. And then I saw on your slide about what neighboring school districts are doing. And the idea I had in my mind was in the Palo Alto one, which is, what about people who would like to contract with, send their child to a private childcare provider? Could they do that and get reimbursed for the childcare that they have found for themselves?
So the legislation does not close the window on that, but that's not something that we have staff is currently planned for, because I think, frankly, we probably lack the infrastructure to figure out exactly how we're going to vet various, childcare programs for, consistency of implementation according to the rules. And so that isn't something that we have explored in depth because of the obvious challenges right off the bat.
Trustee Berman?
So I just want to thank you for answering so many of my questions in advance. I'm wondering, I know we have this enrollment number that we need to hit the 50%. Are there any penalties for attendance? Are there attendance requirements? Any penalties that we need to consider in terms of, how often a student attends, or if they leave early and we don't consistently get those 9 hours met from students?
Yeah, unlike, the current programs that we have through ACES BTB, there are no strict attendance requirements. So families can take advantage of the program as much or as little as they would like.
Did you have a question? I have a couple of, okay, I have a few. One, I think this is the case, but it's no charge to the families if they're this unduplicated students. Is that correct? It's not the sliding scale that like we do with our preschool, or like the right at school or YMCA sort of scholarship programs. It's
right. Correct. The plan right now is not to have a sliding scale. A sliding scale is possible as per the legislation, but it's not something that we have looked into in detail, mainly due to just kind of, a variety of issues, not the least of which is the expertise of kind of creating the most fair sliding scale, also administering the, sliding scale payments. It was just, when we looked at the numbers and we looked at kind of the challenges and we weighed various elements, we decided, we would like to offer this as free of cost to as many families as possible. And if we can do it, let's do that right now.
I think it's wonderful. I remember attending school board meetings 10, 15 years ago and say, wouldn't it be great if we could provide after school care for everybody, quality after school care. So I'm all for it. Just a couple of other ones. The 50% number for this year, that's just by the end of the year, or it's not like over the whole year. So that's why we can do the rolling starts.
Right. An audit guide would really be helpful, but we are still waiting on that. However, we've asked this question in various places, and I think we're pretty confident about it right now. The audit that is likely to take place in 23-24 is not going to be, assessing any penalties for what we do in 22-23. We'll wait for the audit guide to see where that leads us, but that's what we've been told. And so the 50% is a guideline that we're going to try to hit. That's why we need all of our families to respond to a registration offer, right? Whether they opt out or they want to register, we need to have it on, on file if a family who qualifies decides to not do it. And the thing is, they can turn around, the next day and something could change, and they could join the program, and we think that's awesome. But I think just from that angle, I think that's the 50% allows us some wiggle room this year. And we're very appreciative that that's there this year.
Yeah, I can understand because it's a big undertaking to get put everything in place. My last question was sixth grade, because the funding is for K to 6.
Yes.
But we have K to 5 schools. What, do we have a plan for the sixth graders, or how does that work?
Yeah, the sixth graders have actually already been considered when we're looking at the numbers. And Right at School has a funding, the same kind of pricing structure for sixth grade as they do with grades 1 through 5. And so they would establish programs there as needed.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Chang, did you have a question?
Thank you for the presentation, Director Chang. Question for current, any schools that are having any like deeply impacted wait lists for either the fee-based or subsidized programs? Like, I know when I look at the YMCA website, it said that there's like a wait list for Imai and Stevenson, but it's hard to tell how big that is. So do we have any school sites that are where families are having trouble finding extended day care, either on the paid side or the subsidized side?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I mean, I think probably this is not like the length of the wait list is not something that we have necessarily looked into. I think cost is by far and away the biggest thing that is an obstacle in families, and not just low-income families, but middle-income families and high-income families. The cost of childcare is just very high. And what's turning people away is not that they're a wait list as much as it's just too costly. So they find other options that are not always ideal.
Thank you. And your slide that talked about the extended expanding of opportunities at Stevenson and at Mistral in 2020. Will the expanded opportunities be presented to families in the timeline for new families to apply for admissions for the next cycle, and kind of some of this changing in the policies for our choice programs? So I guess for families who are deciding if they want to go to Mistral or Stevenson, will they hear of the extended offerings within our extended day?
That's a great question. I think it's important to commit us to ensuring that we are going to communicate this opportunity to as many families who qualify as possible. Right. I think perhaps the gist of this question comes from just like making sure that, all of our schools are, from a childcare perspective, attractive places to attend. And so in terms of timing, I'm not totally sure kind of how that will work out. But, when we have each year, we have lists of students who would qualify. And if the child is on the list, they're going to get an invitation, whether they attend Stevenson or Mistral or Imai or any other school.
And I'm sorry, I would like to just chime in for a minute, Trustee Chang. I do want to add, you asked about wait lists. I wanted to just add that for Beyond the Bell right now, we're unable to staff. We're short staff, about 7 staff members. And so we do have a wait list in Beyond the Bell right now because we cannot meet our staffing ratios. We're trying very hard, but staffing is definitely going to be a challenge for us.
Thank you. If there are any members of the public wishing to comment on this item, will you please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 if you've dialed in by phone? Okay, I am not seeing any. So trustees, does anybody have any additional comment? We're just asking questions. Any comments on this? Trustee Berman?
I just want to celebrate that we're, offering more opportunities for our unduplicated students to have aftercare. I know that our families have definitely been requesting this, as President Blakely mentioned, for a long time, just wanting to have more opportunities for their children after school. I appreciate the flexibility that it comes with. I know sometimes there's challenges with kids staying certain days, and so the fact that there's flexibility there, I think, is really ideal. And I just want to share in the response to my question submitted online about how are we getting how are we sending this information home to parents about, their children qualifying and whether they're going to enroll or not? Sometimes that information doesn't quite make it all the way to the parent. So I just want to take a moment to just acknowledge, all of the work that your team is doing, that our team is doing, to make sure that our parents have this information, because I think it will be tremendously impactful for our families, having their children, the existing programs that are at school sites already, they're safe. It's a safe place to be. Kids can do their homework. They can socialize. They have a meal. I think that consistency is going to be just a great resource for our families. So I just want to thank you and celebrate that. Thank you so much.
I echo that. Super excited about this. Trustee Cheng, did you have an additional comment?
I echo all the excitement and appreciation for these extended offerings. I recall us as a board, we were talking about how do we ensure equitable policy for our choice programs. We talked in the past about the concerns brought from parents about after school opportunities, and this addresses that in the upcoming 22-23. And I was really grateful what Director Chang said about the affordability. I looked up I was curious what the after extended day for fee-based, the YMCA for our school sites that offer YMCA. It's $757 a month. And that's more than I think a lot of us, actually I know that's more than I paid for college. It's at $757 a month. So I'm really just so grateful that we're doing more offering. What was said by Ms. Bauer about the staffing, I wonder if there's something we can do, because beyond the bell is so important. But if we don't have people, we're not offering it to the kids. And I'm sure all the other districts are also clamoring for the same people. So do we need to get creative? Whether it be can we do sign-on bonuses? Can we do referral programs? I just imagine everyone's competing for this, and those are targeting our most vulnerable students who really need to be in those programs. So as the school year starting, maybe we really have to get creative if there's so many empty spots, staffing wise.
Thank you, Trustee Chang. Okay, let's move on to the next item, 9C, and thank you for presenting 9C, the strategic plan. And can I propose that we extend the time to 10:15 for our meeting?
Can I suggest 10:30?
I'm going to second that and hope that it doesn't take until 10:30.
Okay, all in favor of extending the time till 10:30, please say aye.
Aye.
Or raise your hand if you're, okay.
Is that Devin at home?
Yes. So on a motion made by
I said aye.
we heard. On a motion made by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Berman, we'll extend the meeting until 10:30, but hope that we don't need to use all that time and that we can be efficient, as we occasionally have proven that we can do. So moving along now to item 9C, the strategic plan 2027. I believe Dr. Rudolph is presenting.
I am, and I'm going to see if I can beat Director Chang in reducing. He did his in 50% of the time, so let's see if I can do it in 51% of the time. So I'm here to see, or 49% of the time. Yeah, we don't want 51. So 49%, we're going to top that. So I'm here to talk about Strategic Plan 2027, primarily to discuss the dashboard that we currently have. So this is something that's been a long time in the coming. We've obviously been distracted a little bit in terms of COVID and other procedures, but we are bringing it back finally. So our dashboard is reflective of our strategic plan, which was adopted during the 2020-21 school year. And it is the Strategic Plan 2027 or SB 2027. We still keep the same focus in terms of one MVWSD, one team, one plan. And it is a 6-year plan that works on improving outcomes for all students. There is a difference this year with the new dashboard. So originally, board goals were separate ones that were outside of the strategic plan. Through the work with the board and through various retreats, we've done a lot better job of capturing those board goals actually within. And so now the board goals are actually embedded in the actual strategic plan items that we have, and we identify those every single year. It's very important because those are actually used for my evaluation as well as every other administrator's evaluation. So to create some continuity in terms of our accountability to actually addressing the strategic plan. The dashboard, however, is an at a glance accountability measure to help staff, trustees, and the public to monitor our actual progress. And the progress of the yearly strategic plan, action items, or initiatives. So just want to understand the dashboard. So we continue to use, and we got a lot of good reception, and this is ADA compliant, so we also like that. So we use the battery indicator to sort of show you where we are. Blue are 4 bars being complete, and obviously 1 bar, we all know what happens when you're there with your phone, right? So that's an emergency plan, which means that we have to present a remediation plan to the board. So as we think about the monitoring, so we review and discuss progress towards goals bi-weekly. We call these huddle meetings. I just had one today. Huddle is available for staff to join in and just listen, but it really is cabinet members addressing or talking about sort of the progress that we have or what are the action items that we're actually taking. Sometimes staff, team members will just simply say, I got nothing that I'm working on right now. And it's really just a check to say, like, I got to get on this and I got to keep moving. But there's just some times when we don't have to worry about that. However, in the event that the item is identified as red, and so at the beginning of the year, everything tends to be either blue or green or orange, so sort of within one of those stages. But if it does go to red, we immediately develop a remediation plan to get the action item back on track, and we'll report that out to the board. And then obviously Strategic Plan 2027 is adjusted annually to reflect the goals of the district as well as the state priorities. So a good example of this is before COVID came into place, we had action item 4, exactly what Director Chang was presenting on, which is after school, extending after school, expanding after school activities. ELAP comes into play, and so you'll see as one of the items that it was been replaced by ELAP, and so we sort of, not that it's been complete, but it takes a different shape because it's now a state priority. So there are 5 particular areas: instruction, SEL, culture, employees, and resources. And within those 5 items, we have identified the following item. I'm not going to go over each one of these, but I do want to point out some new differences to our dashboard that were not on previous ones. The first one is we now identify what success criteria looks like at the end of the year, so that we're extremely clear about what we are trying to accomplish, as opposed to the interpretation of, well, I thought it was this, or somebody was thinking of this. And we tried to keep it as simple as possible, because sometimes we can use some educational leads to sort of explain the action item. We want this really to be something that the public can use. The other new feature to this, in addition to the action item, is also the owner of the actual project. So you can see which departments are actually owning which particular items. There are several of these that actually span over multiple people as a result, but there is always an owner who drives the project towards the finish line. And obviously, Chief Academic Officer Fowler has the largest one. She also has the largest department, but I just want to state, like, there is an undue burden on ed services more than the other ones because it is solely focused on the academic outcomes, and it encompasses special ed as well as SEL goes too. So this is a new feature, as you can see, for the implementation right now. We are all in yellow. I think I said orange earlier, but we have 2 bars for most of them, and primarily because we're just now getting started. We will bring this back 2 more times before we do end of the year. We'll bring it back 1 more time, and then we'll do an end of year one, right? And so we update it mid-year, report out what our progress is, and then at the end of the year we'll do 1 more, and then we start fresh at the beginning of the year. It'll be the first presentation you have, and then we'll follow the same process throughout the next year. And actually, I do want to point out action items do change. And in the event that we need to roll an action item over because we haven't completed it, we will update the dashboard to reflect that. What you can see is we already have our first screen under part 3, which is inclusive and welcoming environments. our parent university classes have really been a hit. And now we have went into sort of phase 2 of parent university. So there are some that are sort of ad hoc or individualized for different schools. And there are some that are district-wide that can be used, right? And so this assessment and looking at which practices or which courses were really popular has already been done, and sort of we've already started adapting. So we already have, and there's a couple other ones that are in the green also are close to it. You can see the CBRS implementation at all school sites, as well as the initial rollout to families has been done. So CBRS radios are installed at every single school campus. I do need to say that there's a couple towers that we need to put up, that it's been so hot over the last couple of days that Director Aker has felt like, which I completely agree, that putting somebody on top of a roof at 100 degrees probably isn't worth it. So the final sites will actually be up and going as soon as the heat breaks, so probably next week. But we want to go ahead. We have all the tools. One of the things that slowed it down last year was that we did not have all the antennas because they were stuck in the ports. But we have all of those, so it's just a matter of the heat wave that we're experiencing. But again, the beauty of this new dashboard is you not only see the success criteria, but you also can see who the owner of that particular project is. So what are our next steps? So approval of site plans, which are aligned to Strategic Plan 2027. That's a big one that's coming up. So we will be presenting that and talking about what the board process is, as well as the sort of review process that takes place. I know most of you took a lot of time not only reading the plan, but also meeting with principals to sort of review it. We will, once a trimester, provide updates to trustees. So our next one will be sometime around January, right after we do the actual iReady scores. We'll talk about 1 year's worth of growth. And I want to point out, like, these actions. So there was a question that came up with Strategic Plan 2027. Previously, we had what the percent was that we were trying to reduce. Those percentages are actually still exist both in the LCAP as well as in the site plan. But our strategic plan doesn't talk about the specific percentage decrease or increase that we're expecting. What it does talk about are these actions we believe that will lead to better outcomes. So we firmly believe that offering after-school activities will lead us to helping to improve outcomes for disadvantaged students. And so our estimate is that every single year, our goal is to reduce the achievement gap by 10% of whatever the gap is from where students. So for instance, if the performance of all students is at 70% and the achievement gap sits at 30%, we're expecting a 3% increase in student performance or a 3% decrease in the actual student achievement gap. And when you run the numbers, I know it seems like it's really small, but when you run the numbers over multiple years, you start to find that this actually adds up very fast in terms. And it also places understanding that different schools have different needs. And so a school like Castro, which may have a larger delta that it can accomplish, we expect that to happen. But a school like Amai may have a smaller delta to get to the 100%. And so, but the lift to go from 93 to 95 is just as hard as the lift to go from 30, and I'm just tossing out numbers, to go from 30% to 37%. And so we want to acknowledge that different school sites have different needs that require us to just look at the percent gain. But ultimately, the district holds itself accountable to improving outcomes and reducing the achievement gap. So we will continue to use various data points, especially LCAP data, to determine what adjustments, if any, are needed. We'll provide an end-of-year summary as well as a reflection. And then obviously the Strategic Plan 2027 as well as the LCAP get updated to reflect any adjustments that are needed. And the full plan is actually available thanks to our comms team, Shelley and Corinne. If you notice, they finally update, they've had the ability now to really get into addressing what the strategic plan looks like. And so that is now captured. Let me see. on our actual website, which you can see, and it's an actual PDF document. And then we have printed copies that we've been passing out also.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rudolph. Clarifying questions, trustees? Yeah, I see Trustee Conley would like to speak, so please go ahead.
Thank you, President Blakely. Dr. Rudolph, you spoke a little bit about percentages and metrics and the 1 year's growth goal that we have for students. I'm wondering if there is a place that we could tack into the back of the strategic plan metrics that we use. It might not be the actual final percentage goals, but what are the metrics that we're using to evaluate our success on these different sections of the plan, so that, when I look at that, at the battery ratings and the different colors, I also know how we're measuring our progress on those items, rather than it just being some, sort of colors filling it in.
So we capture those in the LCAP. We can look at, as well as on the site plans, we can look at the possibility of adding them to the strategic plan, or at least some type of descriptor of what, or maybe like, not descriptive, but something that sort of explains how we come to these numbers, and then refer them back to the strategic plan, which has the LCAP, which has the actual numbers from year to year. And then maybe let me sit back and talk with the team to see if we can add a metric maybe at the end of the year that shows, where the progress has gone. One of the big challenges is like up until, well, we've had a year's worth of growth. This is really the first year that we've gotten back that we will have TAS data, which is what drove the previous one. But let the team and I play with how we can add that. It won't go on the printed copies, obviously, because those already came out the press. But we'll see what we can do to sort of capture that in addition to what's already captured in the LCAP.
Yes, and I think there's a difference between what are the things we're measuring and then what are the goals that indicate success in those measurements, right? So we're measuring an annual typical student's growth in a year, that they're making that annual typical growth in iReady. So articulating that somewhere. And then if, I understand that setting actual goals around what percentage of students will have achieved that each year as we move forward is something that does live more in the LCAP, but letting people know how we're actually measuring things.
Yeah, I think one of the differences this year is that like the previous strategic plan didn't have things like social emotional learning in it. And so I think that's why we need to go back and just sort of look at whether or not there's a metric that we actually tie to that, right? So as well as resource. I think there's, previously it was like, essentially, sorry, you can't hear Trustee Blake, she just said reading the math in my ear, right? But previous, like achievement gap, it was student achievement gap, and then it went to human resources, and then culture, human resources, and then it was resource management. But then I think we tied those directly to survey results or student outcomes. And this strategic plan sort of went a little bit further into addressing social emotional learning, obviously human resources, and some other stuff. And so some of the metrics aren't on the same cadence that we had before, like the SCL survey, I think is every other year, whereas the LCAP survey is every single year. Let us play with it and see what we can sort of figure out. I know sometimes I talk about leading indicators, and so we view these a lot more as leading indicators, that if we do these particular things, we should see outcomes. I think one of the challenge, I think it was a little bit different, and I know I'm like talking to myself in this regard, so I apologize. But like when we think about MTSS, how we capture its functionality in terms of its impact, like we didn't look at it as direct as we did about reclassification or something else. But I think there's an opportunity within there. Let me just play with it a little bit to see what we can come up with and what makes sense.
Thank you. I think it's really powerful to be able to communicate with parents and families as well as our staff as a whole about, what we're actually looking at as metrics for the work that they're doing. And because it's important work and I really value it, and I want to be able to communicate it clearly to, everyone up and down the line in our community.
Thank you. Any other, Trustee Chang?
Thank you. A question for Dr. Rudolph on, are there, for the dashboard with the power meters for the strategic plan, are there set dates and venues for that particular format to be delivered to parents and teacher staff?
So typically after we present it to the board, so the board, like when we're thinking about our concentric circles, the board is the first person to actually get it, and then we filter it down through the organization. And so it then goes to the site departments. The sites are departments to be communicated with them. And then it also depends on who the owner of the particular plan is, right? And so one of the accountability parts is like Karen's team and Director Jimbo's team is dialed into whether or not they're meeting the progress. And so, they're discussing that. And then again, it's captured in the evaluations, but typically after it comes to you, it gets widely disseminated to everyone else.
Any other questions, trustees? Okay, if there's any members of the public wishing to comment on the strategic plan presentation, will you please press *9 if you've dialed in by phone, or raise your hand in Zoom. Okay, I'm not seeing any. Are there any additional comments that trustees would like to make? Well, I will make a comment. I am glad to have the dashboard, and I am looking forward to regular conversations about this. And I appreciate the point that you said that it will be tied into the site plans and some of the other things that we're doing. And, I'm optimistic and hopeful that we'll start seeing results. So great. Thank you. Okay, the last review and discussion item on our agenda this evening is the 2021-2022 unaudited actuals budget report, and our interim Chief Business Officer, Ron Wheelahan, will be presenting on this. Please go ahead.
Good evening, board members and members of the public. Can you hear me okay? Yes. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just doing an audio check. So tonight Director Pongo and I are going to report on the unaudited actuals. This is related to our strategic plan to ensure our resources are equitably serve all of our students. And in our case, our metric is a balanced budget, what we have this for last year, along with the small surplus. So the unaudited actuals are required by Ed Code that we report by September 15 to the County Office of Education our expenditures and revenues from the previous year. So we've, over the summer, the business office is very busy in July and August, closing the books from the previous year, collecting all the revenue, looking at all of our receipts, making sure we have all of our bills paid. So that is comes out in the report of the unaudited actuals. Later, those reports will be looked at by our external auditors to prepare our official audit report, which you will review by January 15th. So in June, we had an estimate where we thought 21-22 was going to end up. So now we actually have what we did close our books at, which is called the unaudited actuals. And we usually do a comparison of where we thought we were as we closed, and then where we ended up when we actually closed the books. Our trend in this district is to conservatively estimate revenues and be sure that we have adequate budget in all of our departments. So as the year closes out, we narrow down those variances. So the risk, of not over budgeting or not being conservative is to have a deficit, an unexpected deficit, and that definitely is not the case this year. So what are the difference? What would be revenue that is either not anticipated. It could be expenditure allocations that we had and either for contracts that weren't filled or the services weren't provided. Therefore, we have leftover in purchase orders, or we budgeted positions all the way to the end of the year just in case we get them filled. And we also, at the end of the year, we project the carryover amounts into the current fiscal year, which will get out to our sites and departments, and then they'll have what they didn't spend from the previous year. So, and thank you, Nadia, for all your work, Director Pongo. If you want to take it from here and describe some of the variances.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Good evening, trustees. I will go over the highlight of unaudited actuals for the fiscal year 21-22. At budget adoption in June, our estimated actuals netted at 2.2 million, totaling an increase for the general fund. After closing and doing a lot of journal entries and closing the books, the district is reporting a 7.2 million increase in the general fund balance for the school year 21-22. We had a decrease in total revenue. This is a combination of unrestricted and restricted revenue. The most of the decrease is in unrestricted revenues, and this is typically due to, like, even though we receive the cash, we may not be able to recognize the revenue until it's fully expensed. So we'll, as Ron already mentioned, we'll have some carryover in the next couple of years. We also have some decreases in expenditures, 6.3 million. This is also combined with restricted and unrestricted. There were some savings in unfilled positions, as well as operating expenses, and we had contribution decreases from the general fund to special education, as well as child nutrition. And here we have the general fund with programs unrestricted and restricted. For unrestricted programs, we project, we actually have a net increase of 4.6 million. And for restricted programs, we have a net increase of 2.6 million. So combined is a net increase of 7.2 million, with an ending balance of 38,789,753, which translates into a reserve levels of 33.87%. This is a healthy reserve level. So with our new unaudited actuals beginning balance, this is the multi-year projection that we presented to you during budget adoption. So it does increase our revenue levels in the years out, now that we have our new beginning balance as June 30th. For year one, we are projecting at 28.60%. In year two, we're projecting at 23.15%. And a year three at 15.99%. If this, please note in on year 1 and year 2, we're projecting with AB growth of 3% in year 1 and 2. In year 3, we're projecting our AB growth at 2%. It is conservative. Also, in year 1 and year 2, we're including the salary increases settlements, but not for year 3, since we are still not settled for that year.
So what we can look forward the next time we report the budget at the first interim in December. We will include some of the one-time state funds, which includes the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, the Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials Discretionary Block Grant, and as Director Chang, also the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program funding. We also will include at first interim the new medical benefit rates and the potential increase in child nutrition positions as we go through the new Universal Meals Program to make sure that we can provide the 2 meals per day for any student that requests one, so we can meet that demand. And we'll also have the carryover amounts from all of our restricted programs. Next steps, we're going to continue to monitor the state budget for updates, and as they do their trailer bills on the different regulations on these funding, the new block grants that are coming through. We're going to continue to spend the COVID funds. That's a deferred revenue. So in order to get the funds from the federal government, we have to spend them. So we'll be updating you on that, as well as the ESSER 3. And we'll have the final allocation, and those funds need to be spent by next September. So we're starting to run through all of the COVID related funding. So any questions for myself or Director Pongo? Be happy to answer.
Great, thank you both. Any questions, trustees? Trustee Chang?
Thank you for the presentation. I know this was addressed a bit, but could I get a summary of for the main reasons, the differences between the second interim and then the actuals? Because in March 10th, when the second interim was presented, it was projected to the board and the community a negative 2.3 million, and then we're at a positive 7.2 million, and our reserve difference is over 10%. So like, just kind of, if we can summarize, like, so what are the things that happened between March and actually did happen with our budget that led to us having that 7.2 million surplus when we projected negative 2 million in our interim in March?
So we narrowed down the revenues on one hand, and so as the county assessor and treasurer, as we were talking earlier in the evening, get our tax revenues, since we are a basic aid, we follow that and get a final number in on the revenue side. Also on the expenditure side, so at second interim, we haven't closed down all of the positions that haven't been filled, and it's been a year where we've kept positions open, especially in the special ed department, so that we can try to fill them all the way up to the end of the year if someone happens to come along. So the short answer is the final numbers that we get from the county assessor on our revenue side, and then as we close down and we also purchase orders that aren't going to be fully expended, we close those down as well.
And there's a last question on of the 7.2 million additional for this year. Is that allocate, like, is it spoken for basically for programs that's going to be going to, Dr. Rudolph?
Yeah, we're still running an operational deficit. So these are just funds that have been reclaimed or that add in. But we also now factor in this year's raise as well as next year's raise, which is why if you look at the operational deficit, it went, I think, from like 2 million to around 4 million. So the funds are being spent. It's just, it's more about the end of month reconciliation or end of year reconciliation, but those monies go right back out the door and I'll put right back in. So we didn't reduce the number of special ed positions. We just couldn't fill them. We realized the savings, and now we turn right back around and offer them again, and hopefully try to fill them, which is why our hiring team has been just working hard to try and get those. But then all of those funds are technically accounted for and have been, dispersed throughout the district.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph and Nadia and Ron. Were there any other questions about this, or should I open it up for members of the public to comment? Okay, if there are members of the public that would like to comment on the unaudited actuals budget report, excuse me, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 if you have dialed in by phone. Okay, I'm not seeing any. Everybody's gone home. It's late. Trustees, any comments on the unaudited actuals budget report? Trustee Chang.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I appreciate that we're conservative, but I wonder if we're being too conservative. If the numbers, if next year, if our interims, especially our second interim, is so far off from the actuals, because it impacts our decision making, right? Like the second interim was in March, and that was in the middle of teacher negotiations, and that may play a calculation of how we as a board think when the numbers are dire negatives in the negative millions of dollars. And then I recognize that this is a really odd year. There was so much state funding, so much federal funding, so much one-time funding. So like, I don't want people to think that, oh, this positive is typical. This was an untypical year from funding for all school districts. So, but if the future, if we begin to see a pattern where the actuals and interims are different by a big number, then maybe we're being too conservative. Yeah.
Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, so in response to that, I always look at the 3-year number, and I imagine, or this is the way I approach this. When we look at years 1 and 2, those are numbers that are useful, but it's the 3-year number, where, all the expenses that are anticipated are coming to a head. And, so we can start at 33% and you think, oh, we can spend lots of money. You look at 3-year and we're at 16. So, that's the number I look at. And so I wouldn't say that, in February, we should be, looking to spend more money, because in a year and a half, that 3-year number's coming up. And, 16 is, I'm comfortable enough that it's close to 17%, which is our recommended reserve, the low number of our recommended reserve, but I wouldn't want to start spending more money in February when we end up with a 16% reserve using the formulas we're using right now.
I was going to say something similar, because I was a little, when I just was reading through the deck, it's like, wow, 34%, that's a little high, because I think we factored in the teacher salaries by now. But then I looked and it's 16% is a 3-year, and I thought our goal was 17 to 20. And if you recall, Dr. Rudolph just said we were down at 12%. I think that was at second interim. So
It was.
I think we got, we rolled the dice. You told us at that meeting that we'll probably get some other stuff, some costs won't, some expenditures won't be made, whatever. But, I think your point is taken that we should keep an eye on it, because we want to make sure we're compensating people fairly and that we're, spending resources appropriately. But I like the 16% number. So, any other comments, trustees? Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. We will now move on to item 10, board updates. Does anybody have any updates that they haven't submitted in writing, or they don't plan to submit in writing? Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, I have an update, but I'm going to wait and see if Trustee Connolly has more specific education-related updates than I do.
No, go ahead, Trustee Wheeler.
Okay, well, what I want to do is recognize this historic day. So something happened today that it's a huge worldwide story, and it was the death of Queen Elizabeth. I think, I can't even remember, the longest serving English queen, 70 years. And, you know, so in all of our lifetimes, this woman was Queen of England, carried it through World War II. So anyway, I felt like, you know, in this public setting, we should show respect for her.
Thank you. Trustee Conley, did you have something as well, or?
No, President Blakely.
Okay, thank you. All right. So the next item is items for future agendas. Item 11, were there any items for future agendas, Dr. Rudolph?
None else on my email before the meeting.
Okay. And so item 12 is the future board meeting dates, which we have down during the agenda. September 22nd is our next meeting, then October 6th and October 20th. And let's see, at 10:07, the meeting of the Mountain View Westman School District Board of Trustees is adjourned. Thank you.